October 26th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center. Governor Pritzker moved Illinois into Phase 5 related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all counties. In accordance with Board Policy 2.230, members of the public may provide public comment at the meeting. The public will be allocated up to 3 minutes per speaker. The board president has set 30 minutes as the length of time for the public comment section of the meeting. The board meetings continue to be live streamed for viewing at the district website. It is 6 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order, and if you could please call the roll.
Mrs. Stufen?
Present.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Here.
Mrs. Hostler?
Here.
Mrs. Troutman here. Mrs. Caforio?
Here. Yep,
No?
we have
Okay.
6 board members present and 1 absent at the time. All right, if I could have a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we move into closed session for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of a specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2. Security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, threatened, or reasonable potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. 5 ILCS 122C8. The placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. 5 ILCS 122C11. And discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body or of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman.
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler.
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen.
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. The board is going into closed session. All right, good evening. This is Tuesday, October 26, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. The board has been in closed session since 6 o'clock for items on the agenda. And prior to that, I read all the virtual participation information. So we will skip right to the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so tonight we begin with our first spotlight, which is going to be the Fisher Parent Mentor Program. So I will turn it over to the administration to maybe introduce that, and then I think looks like Ariana and our Fisher principal are going to present. So welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just to provide a little context, welcome. This is a series of new celebrations and recognitions that are taking place at each of our board meetings, highlighting a new school and a new set of celebrations at each session. With us tonight is Principal Villa. I'm going to hand it over to her, along with some other colleagues as well that she'll introduce. Thank you.
Thank you. Fisher, hoo-hoo. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. So good evening, board members, Dr. Campbell, cabinet members, and community. My name is Irene Villa, and I am the principal, the very proud principal at Fisher. Tonight, together with Dr. Leonard and Mrs. Vargas, our parent liaison, we would like to celebrate with you an amazing group of parents that work at our school every day. They help specifically our primary classrooms, and they have made an immense difference in our children's lives and in our parents' lives. So with that, I would like to ask Dr. Leonard to share with us how the program started and what has taken place at our school. Thank you.
So what we're celebrating tonight is the Parent Mentor Program that we brought to Fisher about 4 years ago. And so the Parent Mentor Program is a partnership with the Logan Square Neighborhood Association and the Parent Engagement Institute. And so through these organizations, we've partnered and collaborated to bring the Parent Mentor Program here to Elmhurst. It's very popular in the Logan Square neighborhood and in Chicago public school areas. And so what it does is it brings parents into the building to work with our teachers and students on a very regular basis, 5 days a week. They get training on how to work with students and teachers and leadership training. And it just really provides such a great way to bring our families into the school to share and build that homeschool connection. And through that, we've had such success with just the students really get excited seeing their parents in the building, and the parents work and get really excited to work with students in an academic setting. And so that's how the program started. And we have Blanca Vargas, who is our parent liaison at Fisher Elementary. And she is also serving as the parent coordinator. And so what Blanca does is she gets trained and goes through regular training with the Logan Square Neighborhood Association and the Parent Engagement Institute on how to train parents to work with our students and work with our staff. And then she provides training to our parents every Friday. So I'm going to turn it over to Blanca to share a little bit more about her role and how the parents and the parents' roles in our school through this organization.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Leonard. My name is Blanca Vargas, and I've been the Parent Mentor Coordinator since 2018. This school year has been my 4th year working with another amazing group of parent mentors at Fisher. So as Ms. Leonard said, how the program works, a parent mentor is assigned by a teacher's request and could be kinder, 1st or 2nd grade, and under the teacher's instructions, they work one-on-one or with a small group of students who need additional instructional or academic support. So that is 2 hours every day from Monday through Thursdays, and Friday is our weekly training. So their efforts make a great impact in their own children's education and with the students they are working with. So with the presentation, we have a diverse group. Over these years, we are proud to develop parents from different backgrounds and countries, like Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, Puerto Rico, Poland, Nicaragua, India, and Indonesia, who speaks 1, 2, or more languages. We have recruited working parents, stay-at-home parents, professionals, and business owners. The purpose of this program is to empower parents to discover and enhance their talents and skills, and with some parents kind of pursuing an educational interest. We already say that, and then the legacy. So every year, our parent mentors give back to our school and community, and let's talk about some examples. The first year, we organized a mother celebration, a tea party, with music, food, photo booth, raffles, and so many goodies for them. The second year, we started our parent mentor garden classroom, outdoor classroom. And the third year, we finished the parent mentor classroom, and with the support of our staff of teachers, our mentors were able to install a little library out there, honoring our retiring librarian, Mrs. Dewar. Thank you, mentors, for all your hard work. You are making a big difference. We have some of them in here. And now I would like for one of our mentors to share a testimony of how much this program has made an impact in her personal and professional life. It is Yesenia Ochoa. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Yesenia Ochoa. I joined the Parent Mentor back when it started at Fisher, 2018. I decided to get involved in the Parent Mentor program because I wanted to get more involved in the school and give back to my community and serve as a positive role model. I learned so much from the teachers and most of all from the students. As a Parent Mentor, we were supported weekly on training, on classroom instructional practices, professional development, community engagement, and leadership skills. The Parent Mentor program, Fisher Teachers, and other Parent Mentor programs inspired me to pursue an education career. So I decided to go back to school. I recently graduated from National Louis University, and I earned my teaching license and master's in elementary ed. Thank you. Overall, I've enjoyed this experience and knowledge I've gained as a parent mentor, but not only to build a strong relationship with students and teachers, and most of all, getting to know other parent mentors as well. Thank you so much for this recognition. Thank you.
So we do have some of our parent mentors here that we'd like to recognize who have been parent mentors at Fisher since its inception in 2018 and all the way up until now. And there are many parent mentors who have done it multiple years. So I will just say their names, and if you're here, would you please come up and get your certificate? Ana Adwent, Paola Arenivas, Katia Arset, Ana Barriga, Johanna Bernal, Ana Buya, Balbina Cabrera, Yadira Campos, Maria Cedillo, Nimala Connor, Leslie Delcid, Aliyah Fatima, Tanya Garcia, Elizabeth Gajewski, Iris Hernandez, Bernice Jacinto, Nelly Montes de Oca, Supi Narden, Yesenia Ochoa, Maria Orozco, Melanie Proctor, Marvin Rodriguez, Karina Sanchez, Noelia Wood, thank you so much for all you do. These are some of our parent mentors.
So could you all come up and come around and greet us, and then we'll take a picture. Mr. Giuliani from the Patch is here, so I think he can get a picture as well, and recognize this great program. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, us too?
All right. Okay. So thank you again to all of you that came. Next on our agenda is public comment. The board welcomes public comments and appreciates the community's time in presenting at the meeting. And while we welcome your comments, it's the board's practice to listen, consider what is shared, but not provide a response at this time. The board values your standards of being respectful and courteous as you present the content of your public comment. If your comment is regarding an individual student or teacher, we ask that you contact us separately. In order for the board to hear public comment and conduct the business of the board, the following process will be maintained. Please provide your first and last name when you come to the podium. We've allowed up to 30 minutes for in-person comments. And to be respectful of others, we ask that your comment is no more than 3 minutes. A timekeeper, the board secretary, will let you know when you have 30 seconds left. We ask that you wrap up your comment. So at this time, I would ask that the first speaker be called.
David Venatucci.
Just double check the microphone's on. Yep,
It's on.
we're good.
Very good. A quick question. How many speakers have signed up to present tonight? Just curious. Okay. Very good. Good evening. My name is David Venatucci. I taught in York's English department from 1989 through 2007 and was faculty advisor for the school's award-winning student newspaper. I also created York's successful broadcast journalism TV production program and taught English and social studies at Churchville from 2007 through 2014. My comments tonight focus on a complex topic of public interest, so in advance, I know there's a 3-minute time limit. I would ask your indulgence if I slightly exceed that 3-minute limit so that I could include everything that I wanted to say tonight. Again, I appreciate that. During my near 3 decades as a public school teacher, my goal was to help students learn how to think, not what to think. Telling students what to think, especially about topics of a controversial nature, is not what skilled educators do. Lindsay DiTomaso is a skilled educator who creatively and effectively integrates district-approved, state learning standard-aligned curriculum into her social studies classroom. A York parent's recent public claim that DiTomaso is biased and that she doesn't teach both sides of issues is code speak from an individual uncomfortable with public schools teaching ideas that conflict with a
for a
particular, pardon me?
We ask that you not talk about a staff member in particular, so that was the beginning, if possible. I'm happy to meet with you.
In this situation, no, it wouldn't be. It's important that the person's name is included because I'm here to support that particular teacher. May I continue?
Okay. Yep, you can continue.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. As I was saying, that the claim, the public claims of bias is code speak from an individual uncomfortable with public schools teaching ideas that conflict with a particular political, social, or religious worldview. DiTomaso fosters intellectual curiosity, and critical thinking in her classroom by exposing students to facts and concepts that often challenge pre-existing beliefs about American history. That's not bias or one-sided classroom instruction. That's an approach that all excellent history and humanities teachers employ with their students. If it sounds like I'm a little upset about all of this, you're right, I am angry. I worked with Lindsay at York. She's an outstanding veteran teacher who cares deeply about her craft and about doing what's best for students.
30 seconds.
I would appreciate your indulgence so I can finish. My goodness, you know, it's stressful enough teaching today without being subjected to public assaults from disgruntled parents. To that end, it's reassuring DiTomaso at least enjoys support from your colleagues and building administrators, but that's not enough. DiTomaso also deserves public support from district administrators and this Board of Education. Failing to support teachers subjected to inappropriate public criticism erodes staff morale and enables the current escalating frenzy of the culture war protests
3
that are
minutes.
occurring in school districts all across this country.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Sullivan.
I'm John Sullivan. My wife and I are lifelong residents of Elmhurst. I'm a graduate of York and our children have benefited from the education they received in District 205 over the years. I wish to call the board's attention to a new area of bullying and harassment that appears to have been unintentionally opened within our schools. Many of us in this room tonight may share similar views on what constitutes bullying when it occurs in a physical environment such as a classroom, locker room, or playground. In recent decades, the introduction of new techniques such as computers, cell phones, and expanded educational tools, all with the potential to improve academic outcomes. However, this technology also inadvertently expanded the reach and effect of bullies on victims, while also providing them a larger audience to pick their target. Today, the board's policy incorporates additional harassment areas and respective sections on bullying and cyberbullying. Tonight, I ask you to consider if a recent district emphasis areas meant to build respect and improve communications being introduced to students via various routes, including seminars, curricular guides, and classroom conversations. May also be expanding opportunities for bullies to find and harass victims, similar to what happened with the introduction of digital technologies. These new district-sponsored programs support the public labeling, judging, and unequal treatment of students, teachers, staff, and administrators, based on characteristics over which they exercise no control, such as race and skin tone, social economic circumstances, gender, parental marriage, caregiver status, etc. People subjected to negative actions by individuals or organizations based on characteristics they were born with or grew up with can be subject to high stress and anxiety. Often they feel abandoned and alone with only 3 options to choose from: flee, fight, or to give in to the bully. I know I only have 3 minutes. I know that's right close to it. I didn't hear 30 seconds, but the next speaker will finish it up.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Sullivan, Bill Sullivan.
To continue his comments, I have 2 recent examples out of many. One is from a classroom and one from a student that illustrates some of these effects. In one middle school classroom, students were told by their teacher to publicly state their preferred pronouns: she, her, they, them, he, his, so forth. There's no reason for any district employee to ask for such information. Some students refused to answer or questioned this requirement. This resulted in the teacher engaging these students for an extended time about the kind of attitudes that produce responses like theirs. When the students are asked personal or other status questions in a classroom that they are not comfortable answering, they are put in a bind. Some will lie to protect themselves or others. Some may not want to answer due to religious or other convictions. Others may provide answers meant to disrupt the classroom. In this case, students should be called by their preferred first name. There is no reason for any student to declare gender preference in a classroom or any other kind of status that, if written on a District 205 form, would need to be PII, personally identifiable information, with security requirements and access limited to authorized district employees. This includes information about a student's family financial status, race, medical conditions, religion, homeless, or housed. It is wrong for any teacher to ask students to declare such information in any setting. Actions that support the labeling and bullying of students, inadvertent or not, have no place in our schools. One student, now a junior, was asked why she recently transferred from York High School, and she said, I quote, "I couldn't be who I truly am at York. I never thought I would hear that statement." She felt there was so much pressure to conform and censor herself that her only option to preserve her identity was to leave York. There are many more examples. We have limited time. I ask the board to make a holistic review of its new programs, curricula, and seminars to stop the negative effects that are undermining the learning environment in our district and further fracturing our historically strong Elmhurst schools.
30 seconds.
Let's not support bullying by being a bystander who does nothing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chavez?
Hi, good evening. My name is Tom Chavez. I'm a 15-year Elmhurst resident with 3 kids. 2 have moved on from District 205. I still have one at York. I'm here once again to ask questions or raise awareness about District 205 curriculum and the culture inside of our schools. For the record, and to be crystal clear, I'm not against liberals, Democrats, progressives, however folks label their politics. What I'm demanding is fairness and balance in the curriculum and how ideas are presented in our schools. I'm here to demand that our schools be ideologically neutral, so all students can feel safe to learn without fear of reprisal from teachers and their peers. Indeed, our community and our country work best when we can all share, respect, and appreciate different points of view. I see yard signs all over town that say Elmhurst is for everyone. I'd like that to be the case. But at this point in time, and particularly in District 205, Elmhurst isn't really for everyone. It's for kids and families that align with a certain liberal, progressive, in some cases far-left ideology. Those pushing back insist there's no there, and I'm just making stuff up. But the reality is there's quite a lot there. The evidence is testimony from many current and former students that I've received. Actual copies of heavily biased course material presented in class, and actual screenshots of social media posts from teachers in the district espousing far-left ideas. So those who say there's no there, you're wrong. There's plenty there, and in time, I will present all the evidence that I'm in the process of gathering. At the end of the day, it comes down to why getting this right matters. Here are a couple of examples of how what children have been learning at school plays out in real life. In the summer of 2020, during the nationwide George Floyd anti-police protests, a York grad posted on Facebook that, quote, "I marched 5 miles with over 100 people from my hometown, a town ingrained with systemic racism and individual ignorance," end quote. She didn't say some people or a group of people, but the entire town of Elmhurst. Any critical thinking going on there? Just vomiting ideology she learned from 12 years in District 205. In a more recent example, a professor in the Department of Geophysical Sciences at the University of Chicago had a prestigious public science lecture at MIT canceled because of an outrage mob on Twitter.
30 seconds.
The crime, arguing for academic evaluations based on academic merit. If this makes sense to anyone in a leadership position in District 205, there's a huge problem. Encouraging this type of behavior is a disservice to our children, our communities, and our country. Before allowing indoctrination of our kids to continue, the school board and District 205 should take a hard look at the type of behavior this divisive ideology pushed in classrooms foments and ask yourself, is this really the type of world we want to live in?
3 minutes.
For
Thank
people
you.
with common sense, the answer is an emphatic no.
The next speaker is Mr. Nardini.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. My name is Guido Nardini. I had the esteemed pleasure of following Mr. Chavez last week. I wanted to say a bunch of things about COVID. That's been sort of my hot button issue. Countywide, 65% of 12 to 17-year-olds are vaccinated. At York, 39% are vaccinated. I am counting on the district to work with the in-school testing and try to get that gap closed. I watched today the hour-long webinar. Dr. Rubenstein put together, Dr. Rubin, Taormina, and Dworkin, hour-long webinar about vaccinations, misinformation, and information. And Money well spent. Holy cow, it was awesome. It was awesome. I mean, granted, I was off, so I had an hour to watch it, but it was fantastic. It answered questions. It was exactly what a dad would want to see. There was one quote there that struck me as brilliant about how we are fighting our way through a global pandemic and trying to educate kids at the same time. We're sailing a ship and building it at the same time through choppy waters. So let's try to keep realistic how the fact that a fifth of COVID cases in kids has happened over the however many months COVID has gone on. It's happened since September. So a fifth of kid cases has happened now. Let's hear it for masking our kids. Thank you for keeping our kids safe. Regarding the pearl clutching about people getting taught what they need to get taught, there is a way that you can ask as a caring parent what the education curriculum is. You have a meeting with the department head, and that's how it works. Pronouns, using pronouns, that's not bullying. Nowadays, that's just how it works. A generation ago, a white man couldn't marry a black woman. Gay people got clubbed in the head. That's bullying. Giving a pronoun is just the way of things in the 21st century. It is not realistic to think that at all times you will be referred to only by your name. There's no way you can avoid pronouns. That would be a far more difficult thing to instruct teachers, to never use pronouns and always refer to the person by their first name. I wish that the colonists didn't give smallpox blankets to the Native Americans at the siege of Fort Pitt, but it happened. And it's history. And it doesn't make us a not great country because it happened. To not teach it, or to teach both sides that biological warfare was a good idea, might not be exactly what we want to teach our kids.
30 seconds.
And lastly, Dave Venitucci, I was a student of his. I was a smartass, pain in the butt. He had a full head of hair when I was a student of his at York. I'm born and bred in Elmhurst. I'm sure I gave him a whole lot of the headaches that that cost him his head of hair. But I agree with him wholeheartedly about supporting York's teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
This will be very simple. I was a teacher for 40 years, 28 of them at York High School, and loved every minute of it. And I have to tell you, when I look back at the past year, I have nothing but admiration for our teachers and staff for what they have gone through. It's been an incredibly difficult year, and you know, how they made it through, I don't know. And the other thing is, the one job I would never want right now is to be a school administrator. I don't know how you folks keep your heads together, but I really respect the work that you try to do, and it's not an easy job. So thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. McConnell. John McConnell. Miss Yu.
Hello, my name is Ina Yu, and I'm here to speak today as a D205 parent and also the chair for the Elmhurst chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense. As you know, the Illinois Association of School Boards will be having its delegate assembly next month. And tonight I'm requesting that D205's delegate of the assembly vote yes on Resolution 15 and vote no on Resolution 2. I will address each in turn. Resolution 15 asks the IASB to advocate and lobby for legislation that strengthens child-safe gun storage laws in Illinois, requiring gun owners to store firearms in a securely locked container to prevent access to a weapon for children under the age of 18. Currently, Illinois safe storage law applies only to children up to the age of 14. With the increasing rates of youth suicide and school shootings, the current law falls short of protecting our children and schools. Safe firearm storage laws do fall under the purview of schools and the IASB because these laws protect our school youth by reducing school shootings and reducing completion of suicide. Resolution 15 states a number of statistics, but what I find most terrifying is that between 70% and 90% of guns used in school shootings committed by shooters under the age of 18, they come from homes of relatives or friends. Reducing and removing youth access to firearms is an effective way to prevent school gun violence. Additionally, while approximately 5.4 million children live in households with at least one loaded and unlocked gun, 41% of adolescents in gun-owning households report having easy access to those guns. At present, the Illinois law leaves a gap or a loophole where adults are not required to secure firearms for children the ages 14 to 17. This is also problematic because the second leading cause of death for youth is suicide. In fact, nearly 700 children nationwide, age 17 and under, die by gun suicide every year. Anne Marie's law, which was enacted in Illinois in 2015, requires the Illinois State Board of Education and Illinois school districts to provide suicide awareness and prevention plans for students and staff.
30
To
seconds.
lobby for and pass a child-safe gun storage law would just be one logical step further to protect our children and school staff. Now, regarding Resolution 2, which seeks to arm voluntary school district, I ask you to vote no. Do not adopt on Resolution 2. I understand that Elmhurst D205 would not allow guns on campus by teachers or staff, but it is important to note that our students, coaches, and teachers travel outside our city's boundaries all the time. Where does liability land if something should happen to one of our students, teachers, or coaches while they are on another campus?
3 minutes, thank you.
There are options that school safety experts and many law enforcement officials can agree on, and it is not arming staff or teachers. I urge the delegate to vote no on Resolution 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Porterfield.
Hi, my name is Sarah Porterfield, and I am a parent of 2 children in District 205. And I am basically just going to follow up on what Ms. Yu had commented on. I'm here to talk about the IASB resolutions. I am asking that our school board votes no on Resolution 2, which is a Student Safety and Protection Plan. I know in previous years you guys have voted no, and I thank you for that. Just in case you need a little extra push or reminder on why you should vote no again. Law enforcement, they train for an average of 840 hours of basic training, including 168 hours of training on weapons. And law enforcement has said when they are in a firearm fight or in a high-stress area, their accuracy goes down. I can't imagine putting our school personnel or teachers in that situation and expecting them to be able to perform with any accuracy at all. And like Ms. Yu said, that our children are going to other districts. They're traveling for competitions, and we do not know what those other personnel in those schools will be carrying. And the more guns that are coming into an equation, the more volatility and the more risk there is of somebody getting hurt. I also urge you to vote yes on Resolution 15. Safe storage is a proactive way to keep children safe. The IASB states that advocating for a better safe storage law is beyond their scope, and I disagree. Safe storage law can help lower teen suicide and school shootings, and which is very much within the scope of our school boards and our schools. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a last speaker, like Rommel? Did anybody else sign up that didn't get called yet? Because I can't read it. Okay, then we're done.
All right, so thank you. I want to thank you all for being respectful. And again, we don't respond at this time, but the administration looks into the things that are being raised, and we take time to consider what's been shared in order to continue, having great schools here in Elmhurst. So thank you, and we will move on in our agenda now. So So next item of business is approval of board meeting minutes, approval of regular board meeting minutes, October 12th, 2021. Did anyone have any changes to those? Okay, then those stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes, October 12th, 2021. Those stand as presented. We'll move on to our reports and presentations. Item A is the student growth and achievement highlights, part 2. And as we move into this section, I want to make sure the presentations are available to the public on board docs. Can they see them? So that they can follow along. Okay, and now I will turn it over now to Dr. Grenz.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, as you mentioned, is the second part of a 3-part presentation. I want to highlight that our students are engaging at this point now in 5 full days of in-person instruction, and it is going smoothly. Tonight's data is actually about the past. It is from last year's performance indicators that are the result from state and national assessments. And that, again, was primarily administered in the spring of 2021. I think we all would agree that was a school year unlike any other. I was reflecting on last board meeting when we celebrated the conference achievements of our middle school cross-country students. They were here. They were in person. The running took place and was scheduled. That was relatively easy in comparison to the year prior. This time last year, we were completely shifting to a remote setting after having been in school for a short while. So as the second part of a series tonight, the presentations will focus on key performance indicators. They will provide you with an overview of the performance of our students. We'll share more detail about who took the exams and who did not, along with key takeaways from initial reviews of the following state assessments. We will talk about the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, also known as the IAR, the SAT. We will get into some details regarding early college coursework, things like advanced placement, dual credit. We will talk about graduation rate, post-secondary enrollment, as well as 9th grade on track. Presenting with me this evening is my colleague, Dr. Anna Strati. Anna is the Director of Research and Program Analysis. She will be the one who is much more intelligent than me. Again, that's right. There you go. In the next board meeting, we will talk about growth metrics as it relates to this, comparisons with other neighboring districts. We will look at additional indicators as well as a dive into the school improvement planning process for this year. This is an important slide here to ground ourselves in this evening. It provides helpful context regarding the Every Student Succeeds Act, also known as ESSA. As a reminder, this dates back to 2017 when states and districts submitted plans on how they would be measured. The reason I bring this up is in 2020 and in 2021, there really is no state performance plan or score issued for schools. This is due to the pandemic. However, we are still utilizing that data. And tonight you will see the data in blue. The data in green is either not available or will be shared at a later date. The reason I bring this up is you will see percentages on how much this data contributes to an ESSA rating if one was issued for a school, with 15% in the elementary middle school and a little higher percentage obviously in the high school with graduation rate. Recently, the Illinois State Board of Education has issued a preview of data that is set for release this week on October 29th. It states that, again, with emphasis, this data is for schools across the state, that the data reveals higher rates of chronic absenteeism, lower rates of 9th graders on track, and steep declines in several areas across grade levels. Again, this is for the state as a whole from the Illinois State Board of Ed. There's reports of 1 in 5 students chronically absent last year, missing almost 10% or more of the school year. 9th grader on track rate declining by almost 5% from 2019 to 2021. Again, not the case here, but it is the case in other schools and other districts. Also across Illinois, spring testing data, the IAR for grades 3 to 8 and 11th grade show that 16.6% fewer students met grade level standards in ELA in 2021 than in the comparison year of 2019, and almost 18% fewer students in areas of math. I say that because I want to remind us of what our students went through last year and the significant challenges that were overcome, and so that we remind ourselves that the data is just one side of the story.
Good evening. The first measure we will review is the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, or IAR. IAR is a computer-based accountability measure for students in grades 3 through 8. There are 3 math sections and 2 English language sections on the IAR. And as a refresher, the reading and writing sections describe readiness in the following 5 areas: literary text, informational text, vocabulary, reading expression, and knowledge and use of language conventions. As you can see here, there are 5 different performance levels of achievement on the IAR. I'm just going to direct your attention to the color bands here. Blue is the exceeded or exceeded expectations, green met expectations, yellow approached, orange partially met, and red didn't yet achieve expectations. These data show that we have opportunities to support all of our students through strong, standards-based Tier 1 instruction. When we disaggregate last year's performance on the IAR, the 2020-2021, by grade level and other student groups, we see opportunities to engage in curricular audits of our instructional practices and resources to support all of our learners through tiered interventions.
I want to highlight one key element from the last slide. You'll see in the bottom of that slide a box that says in 2020-2021, 616 fewer students took the IAR exam than in 2018-19, meaning that the data reflects the results of almost 16% less students. If you recall, at this time, this would have been taken in the spring. We still had several students remote. Students were coming in person to take the exam. They were given that opportunity. But that deduction in terms of our actual testing population is incredibly significant. I do want to make sure it's highlighted. As it relates to reading and some of our opportunities together, there are several. We will continue to collaborate with leaders and as we disaggregate and analyze data. This has been taken advantage of in full institute days where we have the full staff attention, as well as the ability to look into our tiers of instruction as it specifically relates to literacy. You will see the word complexity appeared several times this evening in both terms of text complexity and ensuring that that is a key area of focus. We will also continue our efforts with professional learning as it relates to analyzing and adjusting for complexity so that tasks and texts meet grade level expectations throughout the district. One of the key more specific areas and opportunities for that is the standards alignment in our curriculum, specifically in social studies with grades 6-8, currently in development and review.
When we examine our math scores across the last 4 years on the IAR, we notice that we see similar trends to our ELA performance. As a result, we're working with our leaders to ensure we're leveraging our core math curricular resources to challenge all of our students meet standards. When we disaggregate data on the IAR by grade level and other student groups for math, we see opportunities here to leverage Eureka Math resources to support our students meet and exceed grade level expectations.
In areas of math, the use of data continues to be a focus, not just for the students, but also the adults who are working to disaggregate that and use that data, both by student-specific data as well as student groupings. Personalizing the learning and addressing areas of academic need continues, again, specifically with the focus on our Tier 1 instruction, which is the instruction that all students receive. We also have an increased attention this year on our STEM linkages, specifically with grades 6-12 and the opportunities that exist to connect, being a unit district, our 3 middle schools with the high school. We've seen an increase in collaboration across departments, and that will continue to be an area of attention, specifically with efforts, again, to ensure complex and appropriate curricular materials. And then new this year, which hasn't been the case in the past, is publicly available access to all of our digital platforms and resources that exist across the district. There are several in math, and we've done significant professional development as it related to the last year to utilize those platforms and resources, and we want to make sure that they continue to support our students in the curriculum that they experience. We talked a little bit about how future data is also going to be shared. Tonight you saw a little bit regarding Illinois Assessment of Readiness. You'll see a bit more here as it relates to high school indicators. But we will talk in the future around access data, specifically for our students who identify as EL learners. We'll look at the Illinois Science Assessment, which is taken each year, as well as DLM data when that is disaggregated and available.
Next, we will review results from high school and post-secondary indicators. Specifically, we will review freshmen on track, our ninth graders data, performance on the Scholastic Aptitude Test or SAT, early college coursework, and advanced placement participation and pass rate, graduation rate, and post-secondary enrollment. As a reminder, the ninth grade on track indicator is measured by having a minimum of 10 credit hours by the end of ninth grade, and the student may not fail more than one course for credit. Earlier, we heard Dr. Grens mention that as a whole, across Illinois, ninth grade on track declined by 5% from 2019 to 2021. So we're happy to report that not only we didn't see a similar trend, but on the contrary, our percentages of freshmen on track actually increased. This speaks to the intentional school-wide focus on supporting all students and especially our ninth graders at the York High School, and it's a commendable achievement. Next, we will review results on the Scholastic Aptitude Test or the SAT. SAT is an admissions test widely accepted by US and other international colleges and universities. There are two components on the SAT, the evidence-based reading and writing, and the math component. Our goal is for students to achieve at least 480 points on ERW and 530 on math. This chart shows the percent of students meeting benchmarks on the ERW math sections on the SAT. It is not uncommon for there to be a discrepancy between those meeting standards on the ERW compared to math, and it is much harder to get a C or higher in a college-level math class than it is in social studies. However, despite the difference in performance, our students still outperform the state of Illinois by 20% on the ERW, our current performance at 73% compared to 53% for the state, and by 25% higher for the math, 57% compared to 32%. Just as we celebrate York High School's intentional work to support freshmen on track, we are also making sure to analyze our data by student demographics to ensure all students are equally supported to meet the SAT's higher expectations for success.
So as we look at the seniors with early college coursework, there are a number of opportunities at York High School that I would like to highlight as it relates to qualifiers for early college coursework. We have approximately 28 advanced placement courses That ebbs and flows based on course offerings, based on enrollment, but that number has been consistent and has grown in the past. Dual credit courses are occurring during the regular school day. These allow students to earn not only just high school credit, but also college credit. In order for a course to qualify as a dual credit course, we need to have a university partner. And we have two that I'd like to highlight this evening. One is our Advanced College Project, also known as ACP. For ACP, we partner with Indiana University, and we have courses in English, math, world language, and the humanities. And then also several dual credit courses that exist in partnership with COD, the College of DuPage. We currently offer approximately 10 courses. Those are in areas of English, math, science, social studies, and various many other electives.
When we look at our seniors with early college coursework during high school career, that's the percent of seniors that took one or more advanced level courses throughout their high school. We notice that enrollment has remained fairly steady, with nearly 3/4 of our students taking at least one advanced level course throughout their high school. Next, we see AP participation. This is the red line represented on the graph, and AP exam pass rate. As a reminder, to pass an AP exam, a student needs a score of 3 or higher. The key takeaway is that as more students have gained access to AP experiences, opportunities exist to build structures for increased success in these courses. Next, we see our graduation rate trends for the last 4 years. Considering the decreased enrollment, we only saw about 1% decrease in our graduation rate compared to 2020. And last, we see the percent of students enrolling in college within 1 year. And this is a comparison with the state line, the blue line on the graph compared to us. So we consistently outperform the state on the percent of students enrolling in college within 1 year.
So there are several highlights and opportunities together as we look ahead. Overall, the use of data hopefully is something that you will hear both as a listener, if at home, or in the audience, or as a board member. And intentional data that's disaggregated and focused not only on demographics, but also grade level, student characteristics, and getting into the student and the classroom level so that that data is used for everything from not just traditional things like course programming, but actually planning instruction as intentional student groupings to make sure that, lesson plans and activities are not just engaging, but also advancing all learners. We also have a new approach to our school improvement plan. Again, you will hear more about that in November. But one really important highlight for that is that in order for us to address the challenges presented by the pandemic, each school is building and supporting a goal focused on English language arts and math. It's very clear, it's very direct, and it impacts all students and all learners involved. When we look at the high school and the post-secondary indicators, you heard a little bit about the improvements in the Freshmen on Track. There was a lot of intentionality, targeted systems taking place at the high school to improve that rate. And we see that when we have that collective focus, the results are great. So we want to do that same collective focus as we look at opportunities to increase access to higher level courses. The last piece there is looking at structures for focused student support and intervention, everything from school improvement goals that focus on that. We introduced the Summer Freshman Academy programming this year. If you recall, that's both the Bridge program over the summer, as well as the Honors Academy that helped our students going from 8th grade to freshman year to be supported even more. And then we also have our FOG, or Freshman Orientation and Guidance program that, again, we feel directly impacts that freshman on track. In the next meeting, as I mentioned, school improvement plans, looking at student growth. as well as comparisons to other school districts and other neighboring partners, and additional indicators along the way. And that is what we have.
Thank you for a very thorough report on the data. A lot to consider for us from K through 12. So I want to thank you for that. And are there questions or comments that board members have? Courtney?
I'll start. I want to echo Kara's thank you, because there's a lot of information to weed through and compile, so I appreciate the time and that you put into this. For me, it really isn't surprising. You know, I think I personally was ready to be disappointed because I have kids in the district, so I knew that there was a loss of learning. But I think what's super important is that we've identified it and where we go from here. And so to me, you know, we'll be able to succeed because we see where the shortfalls are. And so I am eager for the November meeting to learn how we're going to kind of make up some of that ground and how to move forward. But I don't, at the same time, I don't want to diminish all the efforts and programs that are in place, because they're phenomenal. I mean, like the FOG program and mentorship programs and all the SEL emphasis since our kids have been back this year has been super helpful. I mean, kids in every building I've been to, they're just happy. And although academic achievement is our priority, I can't be upset because they're just really happy. Morale is just really high. And after last year, I'll take that. I really will. So thank you again, and I look forward to the November presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I just wanted to also talk a little bit about what Courtney was touching on, and that academic achievement is a big focus of ours, but it happens for many different reasons. And the fact that we are putting so many supports in place for students in the area of social emotional learning and getting them involved in so many different ways and offering so many different opportunities for them makes a big difference. There's just a couple things I wanted to highlight. The Summer Freshman Academy programming this year, I think, was a fantastic thing that was added. I have a freshman who was involved in that, and I know many freshmen that were, and it was a big advantage for them, and I just would like to see us maybe offer that at different grade levels as well, to give kids those skills of good note-taking and research, and just to have those tools they need that maybe they may have missed out on a little bit last year. And also just, we've done some great programs for parents to help them learn more about different topics. And I know our parents are eager to support our kids at home in any way that we can. So if there's any areas that we can offer some parent programming, maybe around areas that our teachers are seeing our kids struggling, and some ways that they can help support at home, I think that's just another way to help support that academic piece as well. So just a couple comments, but thank you so much.
Thank you. We will start with Fisher. They apparently have a strong crew.
Yes, yes, yes. Great
call
idea. Yes.
I just wanted to confirm Courtney's assumption that the November presentation will have significant emphasis and specifics on what our plan is to make up for the learning loss or learning gap. You tell me what the correct educational phrase is.
Yeah, absolutely. In November, we will be able to take a broad and preview look at school improvement plans in the district. We've developed an action plan for each of our 3 priority areas within each school. There's an opportunity for status updates, requests for support. So we will definitely dive into each of those components, as well as a new element of alignment as it relates to school improvement plans aligning directly to some of the data points that we saw this evening.
My only other question is, do you think it's recoverable?
I think so. I think we've made, as I used that cross country analogy earlier, just the difference in 1 year's time has been absolutely drastic, and I only see that continuing along the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions on so how frequently are we going to be measuring this type of data and receiving reports on it?
It depends on the metric.
Yep,
As it
maybe
relates to
go through
IAR,
a couple examples, yeah.
IAR is a much more of a summative designation, if you will, because it's only taken in the spring. So it's a little less of a progress monitor. What we've done in the design with our school improvement plans is specific metrics have been selected that either correlate or directly align to these benchmark data so that we can progress monitor those on a more regular basis and then use that data in our instructional planning. The IAR, while helpful and is also what most schools in the area obviously are measured by, we only get it or only take it in the spring, and the data is oftentimes available at a much later date. So for us, it's more of like a final exam, if you will, and much more less of a quiz for us to use and apply into the classroom.
So for the interim updates, we'll be using MAP or other methodologies?
MAP
or
is
it's
one
multiple
item.
times a year?
Fontes and Pinnell is used in several of our schools as well. As it relates to math, we have MAP, and then we also have some of the Eureka pre and post module. Grade identification is something that's being looked at in the high school as it relates to success rates for students in a course. So very frequent grade analysis, almost on a weekly basis, is taking place. And all of that data is being entered and populated and regulated in the school improvement plans.
And Dr. Grenz, if I can just jump in there to support you really quickly, one of the things that went away during the pandemic for high schools was the SAT suite of assessments at each of the grades. So the 8-9 PSAT, the PSAT 10 required for our students, that sort of thing. So we plan to offer that at each of those grade levels as a progress monitoring tool for us to better understand where each of our students is at.
Yeah. And can you talk about, I mean, my understanding is we've had school improvement plans in place for quite some time. And I'm just looking at these trend lines, right? And they're not great. So what are we doing differently now so that we can get better results?
Yeah, it's a great question. So prior to 2019, school improvement plans were based here on a theory of action. Not to say that we won't have elements of a theory of action in our school improvement plan now, but this current design is much more metrics based and directly aligned to the data points that we looked at today. In the past, there was a little more flexibility. There may have been more autonomy in terms of how schools identified their measurable components that they were going to actually use to see how their growth was occurring. There's still some of that taking place. In 1920, we looked at more of what was called a 100-day goal, which was focused on 3 areas such as PLCs, our professional learning communities, the unpacking and alignment of standards, and the integration of technology. Those are a little more general and don't necessarily align directly to these data points, whereas this year you'll see that there is going to be much more correlation as well as alignment to specific measurable elements that we are held accountable for by the state as well as each other.
And then, sorry, just 2 more quick ones on, some of these percentages of students on track are, approaching single digits for certain cohorts of students, which is just sad to see. And in particular, I would like to receive the specific plans that we have to try to attack those issues and help these kids, because there's clearly, I hope that there's more that we can do than some of the percentages I assume that there is. And I hope everybody, and I trust that they do, shares the same sense of urgency, just looking at, in a district like ours, seeing some of these cohorts in the, below 25% or so is it's just concerning and something to focus in on.
Absolutely. You will definitely see the demographic breakdown and examples of that as the year progresses, as well as even in November, if you'd like, we can present a little more detail on that as well.
Okay. And then last one, sorry. And I'm going to ask it in this section because I think it's one of the drivers, but there was an update recently to our quarantine procedures and the ability to receive rapid tests to avoid quarantines. And we've had many thousands of quarantines over the past 18 months. And I was just hoping you could talk through, what that new policy is and its likely effect in terms of further reducing the number of students that are held out of school.
I think that it will continue to support our efforts in reducing the amount of students that are quarantined. I think one of the things that we have to understand is that there still are quarantines that are unrelated to school environments that are happening and that are required and mandated by the health department. As it relates to quarantines of symptomatic students within our schools or those that are in close contact, the extension and the expansion of our testing program will continue to support us in those efforts of reducing those numbers. I wish that I could tell you that it will eliminate that, but that would not be 100% truthful and accurate in that. So I don't want to misrepresent that, but I definitely think that it will continue to significantly reduce the amount of students as it relates to those within our school environment and the quarantines that happen because of close contacts or symptoms that arise within the schools.
All right, thank you.
I will like to also say in relation to some of the data and seeing particular populations of our students, even in conversing with several of our principals, as we have really engaged and leaned into this data, we can even see how the pandemic has had a very adverse effect on particular populations, even within our students, And so that's really elevated within the data. So even when we went and looked back at our students that were meeting and exceeding within certain populations, for example, I will take like our EL population, we saw a drastic decrease, and that was even more than some of our other populations. And so I think one of the things that the conversations, and I really appreciate our board members elevating this, that there is still a lot of needs and supports that go into helping our students be successful and to be ready to engage in some of the academic and intellectual rigor that is going to take place for us to continue to move. And some of those just skills and really getting them reacclimated back into being into the learning environment is something that is really important. And some of our our schools and our leaders and our teachers are doing a phenomenal job, and it's a big lift. So I really wanted to just say I appreciate that call out. And I think that our leaders and our teachers will appreciate that, and knowing that we will continue to really examine and really look at our data in those various groups and how we can best align our instructional supports as well as our social emotional supports to help all of our students thrive, given the difficulty of the year that we've just come off.
Go ahead. Go.
Chris's comments have spurred I'd like to make a request. One of the major tasks that a school board is given is monitoring the progress of a school district, and particularly the academic progress of a school district. And in the past several years, even before COVID, reviewing this kind of progress seemed to come down to one board meeting a year. So here's my request, that as appropriate, we see how frequently we can visit this kind of data. And I get it that there are things that are once a year appropriate, but there's also things that are several times a year appropriate. I just think that given what we're trying to come out of, and, as you say, the heavy lift required, it's appropriate that we spend more time looking at how we're doing. And so that's my request.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely have opportunities for that, and I think come late winter, we can have a checkpoint, and then absolutely in the spring as well. And now that we've got our color coordination figured out, and the decks are less confusing. But in all seriousness, we have talked as a team about that exact topic, and we intentionally put a lot of effort into coordinating this program and this presentation so that it can be replicated and we can see that growth throughout the year with our students. So absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much.
I think I have three major points, separate points. And I think I'm going to go backwards. One of which, if I look at the numbers, I mean, they're double-digit decrease, even overall, like the SAT, which is significant. It's hard to boost those. So that I wanted you to know. I mean, that's like a radar for me. That's red, not yellow. And so I'll be pointing to see, what are we doing with that? Because with the SAT, it's really all of the education that the kids are getting. So it goes down to my second point, which is my concern that I'd like to get some glimpse into is there is critical pieces that students have to learn each year in order to build on the others. And at some grades, it's significant that they learn those things in order to not just be proficient, but to excel in the next tier. And so I'll be looking for, what you're doing to identify that for the students. And then it leads to my third, and I think my last point is, I really have red alarms on math. We've done a lot of work over the years on math, and these numbers don't show that. So I really want us to do a deep dive on the math numbers. That's critical. And I guess that's where I was thinking, if the students have lost, algebra, or, there's really critical learnings that have to be mastered each year. And so I guess that's why, that math really hits it. Not that I don't care about a well-rounded education, but to see the drop in math when we were trying to move it in the other direction, I really want a deep dive. So those were my big ones overall. But, I like the fact that you didn't do it just for a presentation, just to get a snapshot, but this is the way we're going to conduct business. At all levels, should be really helpful because we should start to see that, ticks up. And then the last one, I'm sorry, I did have just a little bit on the 9th grade on track, that one, which seems just the opposite, right? So you look at 2021, it's the highest number. So the kids are taking the classes, right? Isn't that what it tells us? The 9th grade on track, that they're taking a minimum of 10 credits at the end of the first year, and they're at 97.10, which is the highest. So they're taking the classes, is what it tells us, right?
It is telling us that really all of our hard work in preparing our freshmen to be on track is paying off. Because that means that metric is actually not fail a course that's credit bearing by the end of your first year, and a measurement of 10 credits by the end. So not only they're taking their classes, but they're also being successful at them.
So that's a success story. So
That
I'm
is a
pointing out a
success.
bunch of things that I
Yes.
like red alarm lights, but I also want to say I saw that.
Yes.
That's big, okay? So thank you.
Sorry.
I agree with, I think, the sentiment that we're hearing from the board that the trajectory of some of the numbers when it comes to elementary and middle school, you know, the focus on what is happening there over the long term and hopefully moving in the opposite direction is the way that I know that will be your goal, but taking that deep dive into the data on a really drill down micro level of to find out what is working and what is not working. And the teachers who are finding performance success through their students, that they have the opportunities to share the instruction and the teaching and learning that they've mastered with their colleagues. And so that can be highlighted and showcased and then spread throughout the district. I bet if we looked at this on a school by school level, there'd be some variety of difference in scores. Can I also suggest that if there are state averages for middle and elementary school, that you incorporate those on some of these graphs, just like you did in the high school? It's nice to see how Elmhurst is performing in comparison to those state averages in those grade levels too. I think the piece that's hard, and it's the qualitative part of teaching and learning, is that we really work hard to understand who our students are as learners, and sometimes that gets lost in data. And although I appreciate that we are a heavily data-driven district, I also am always an advocate for understanding our students as learners and individuals and providing the supports that they need to be successful, whatever that successful means to them. Couple wins that I just wanted to celebrate. The 9th grade on track is a great number of things. I'm going to take that one. I also noticed the AP pass rate has increased. That's a wonderful a stat there too. I did have a question about defining the increased access to higher level courses. That's kind of written on your last slide. What do you mean by increased access to higher level courses? Are we talking about how many kids are taking AP, or is it broader than that?
We partner with Equal Opportunity Schools. It's an amazing organization that will allow us to identify all of our students that have the assets to be successful in higher level courses. So as we are analyzing data and disaggregating data for all of our students, we will come back to you with some reports on how we are identifying all students that have the assets to be successful in those courses. Yeah. So that's what means by increasing the access. When we look at our students of color or other student groups, we are paying very close attention to those numbers, and we want to see them increase participation in those courses.
Very good. And that's, you know, that theory of closing those gaps and having equal opportunity. I get that. That's wonderful to hear. I'd also like to add this piece of, and it goes back to my understanding students as learners, and I'm happy to hear that response, Anna, thank you, because I just want to make sure that we are understanding that things like AP classes aren't necessarily the right fit for all students. And so when I think about the appropriate challenge or rigor for students, I'm thinking about where they started and how we support their growth to the next level, no matter what that next level is, whether it's an AP course or something else, right? And however you define it is obviously how you define it. So I encourage us to take risks in the classroom, to take deeper dives, and to share what we learn about teaching and learning with each other and celebrate those wins to hopefully permeate the system and spread the wealth. Thank you for your presentation. The data is wonderful. Thanks.
All right, so I'm last here. I just wanted to say, you know, we look at this data and it's looking at 13 schools, right? So it's kind of the ultimate group project as a unit district, right? And, you know, we have our greatest strength, but sometimes can also be our greatest weakness as a unit district. What happens each year matters. You know, that SAT score doesn't happen without all the years before, right? And I think the challenge is how do we all, and when I say all, I mean from this table, administrators, you know, down to the classroom, individual classrooms, how do we all take that responsibility and own that, you know, when we say all students can grow, you know, how do we own that and make it our responsibility to make sure that all students are growing to their, the best of their ability. It looks different for every student. And I think that, part of it begins with having the honest conversation with where we are as a district, as schools, as classrooms, down to students. And so I want to thank you for giving us this tool so we can look at it and process, and going the next step of saying, okay, here's how our schools, at next meeting when you do school improvement plans, here's how our schools want us to, are going to work to improve and help our students all grow. And then, ultimately it comes to the, to us for you to say, and this is a support or the additional resources that are needed to help our students, grow more than they have been. So I look forward to those conversations, and I know there's a lot of work that goes into getting this to this point for us to process, and then we can have the conversations. And so I just wanted to, Beth mentioned a piece of, parent education and how parents can come alongside to support students. I think, maybe things have changed and they're not sure how to support students. But I think the other opportunity as we're going along is what could summer look like that maybe is different and out of the box to give some additional, whether it's support or growth opportunities. And I know it's only October, but it doesn't happen overnight. So I just wanted to, I know you're going to come with school improvement plans and maybe you're already thinking about that, but I just wanted to put that out as something that we could consider as another tool to help with some of these gaps that have happened over the last year. So, yep. And that's all I have. Karen?
I just have one more. I wanted to clarify when we talked previously about comparables. It's not just how we compare with state average or national average, because Elmhurst has traditionally been well above that. So that's what we're looking like, other district comparables that we've looked at. And then, where have we been historically, so we can get back up to where we expect to be.
Correct.
And
That's
have traditionally been.
Yes, it'll be both neighboring districts as well as state averages. I just wanted to close by, while it's not on the presentation, it is an interesting opportunity to highlight. On August 16th, we had an Institute Day, and October 8th, we had an Institute Day. And a lot of the conversations that just took place in this board meeting directly reflect the ways in which the agendas were designed for those 2 days. And not to say that Institute Day is the end-all be-all, but it definitely reflects our values, but also our priorities. And a lot of what I heard tonight, both the holistic side of the child, but also the deep dive into the data, has taken place in both those occurrences, and has been really, really received well from the staff, as they've been also a big part of planning it. So I think in terms of what can we all do is, maintaining that focus and continuing to share the data. And I also wanted to thank you for allowing us to split this up into 3 different meetings. In the past, it had been 1. And I think this has allowed for a much more rich conversation. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one, I'm sorry, in talking about opportunities for family support. I know that our course selection is on the horizon for our high school students, and I just think that's another great opportunity to really just support families in making those decisions after a difficult year, setting students up for success in the courses that they're signing up for. So thank you for all of that.
All right. Okay, thank you so much to both of you. We'll see you next meeting. Okay, next is the medical and dental benefit contracts.
So John McConnell had signed up for public comment, but actually he is our insurance broker. So John presents to the board once a year at the second meeting in October, and it's always at that time because open enrollment is the month of November, so we have to get the renewal approved in October. And John has been doing a great job engaging the insurance committee at every meeting, and they're lively conversations on a variety of topics for the benefits. Also, Jessica Romero replaced Audrey Reed as our benefits coordinator, and she's been doing a terrific job. And she is for this open enrollment. We've implemented a benefit administration software, and so all employees will have to actively select their plans this year, and so there are some exciting things going on in the benefits department. But I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm John McConnell. I'm the employee benefits consultant with Assured Partners, and as Chris pointed out, I am not a rocket scientist, nor even an alumni of District 205, as I did sign up on the public speaking downstairs before realizing that's wrong. So the good news is I'm passionate about insurance, and I know enough to put together a concise presentation, because you all probably don't want to listen to me talk about it for an hour, but I will get on with it. So thank you for your time. It's been an honor. As Chris said, I've been working with your insurance committee. They've been thoughtful and thought-provoking and engaging, which is all I can really ask for when bringing them ideas meeting after meeting. Some they can like, some they don't have to like any of them, but they did choose a few options to implement. So with that, I just have two agenda items: the renewal overview and then the rate projection for 2022. So our medical and RX budget for 2021, the rates to what we funded to cover our liability and exposure was $14.1 million. Our 2022 medical and RX budget is $14.5 million. And I'll dive a little bit into detail on how we came up with that. So we are projecting a budget increase of $424,000 or 3% in 2022. I did not include any slides on this, but for those, in terms of trend or medical inflation, any national benchmark or even benchmark with like school districts is roughly 7%, so we are less than half of that. So the trended claims through next year, which we're trying to cover for, plus a nominal fixed cost increase, which is our reinsurance and administration and processing of the claims by Blue Cross, increased that budget by $424,000. So I highlighted there in the upper left of this slide, our annual funding for 2021, our budget is $14.1 million. And my projection there in the estimated cost 2022 actually started at almost $14.9 million, which suggested that we would need to increase rates by 5.5% or $773,000. However, through some thoughtful conversations and ideas that we discussed at the committee meetings, we did come up with some savings opportunities to combine with a 3% rate increase, or only $424,000 for the district and the employees. So those plan enhancements selected by the committee and their recommendation, number one is adding Assured Excellence. This is actually offered something through my firm, where there are savings opportunities for members, both members and the plan, through discounted specialty medications, which are high cost. And there's not a lot of people on these medications, but they cost both the employee and the district a lot of money. 30% savings on if people engage in this program, as well as high quality healthcare services through leading national partners, starting with the Rush healthcare system. Number two was adding member rewards. This is offered through Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and this is a consumerism product or idea that tries to incent members to seek efficient medical care while receiving the best outcomes. So it's essentially a shared savings where if someone engages through the program, there is a savings passed on to them and obviously within our claims data. Third is adding Livongo, which is a online diabetes solution for district plan participants. This provides savings to the member while to provide free test strips and glucometers and coaching if they engage in the program. It helps us manage closing gaps in care. They often have comorbidities and reduces exposure to the district. So these 3 plan enhancements that the committee is recommending have a savings projection of almost $350,000. All of them are set up to help both the plan without pushing cost onto the members. So here at a high level is the recommended rate action for 2022 broken out by plan. We are not making or recommending any plan changes. We have the HSA, the PPO1, the Blue Advantage HMO, and a small population in the HMO Illinois. What between the district and the employees are funding both monthly and annually, and what those amounts come out to with a 3% rate increase. Obviously, a lot of our population is within the PPO1 and the Blue Advantage HMO, our smallest population in the HMOI, and steadily, slightly increasing HSA population that we hope that with this new benefit administration software that Chris mentioned, more people will be actively, needing to make a selection every year, and they certainly can choose from any of the 4 plans, but we think that engaging and asking them to spend 15 minutes to enroll in their benefits will maybe open some eyes on what things cost and some potential savings for them. Thus concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Jim?
During COVID, there was a dramatic slowdown in patients seeking, I guess you could call it elective surgeries.
Correct.
And our insurance fund is, we were thinking is a little over-reserved. But we chose not to do anything with that reserve because we thought that maybe people would start to get those elective surgeries. Are you seeing that trend? Or are people still waiting?
Within our population here, or just
in general?
In general? It's a great question, Jim. It's somewhat all over the map, but yes, I would say that the vast majority of my clients who I work with in public and private sector had that kind of COVID dip in claims that you're talking about in April, May, and even into June, where they added surplus. I think we did, Chris and I, when we built rates for this last year, we never projected rates coming, like many of you, hadn't projected rates coming out of a pandemic or in the midst of. We are tracking right at budget this year, within 0.5% for 2021. We did do our best to build in a sort of whiplash effect, but it hasn't been anything outlandish where I don't think Chris could maybe speak better to the status of the reserve, but I think it's still in a very comfortable space, and I don't see it skyrocketing, the claim activity. It has come back for sure.
Do you think it's too early to have that discussion? We should wait a little longer to see what happens with these elective surgeries and other medical issues that people have put on hold during the COVID crisis.
Yes, I would say yes, but I do know that that is something that I am tracking for all my clients. If something does stick out, or 2 or 3 items do stick out in terms of elective surgeries, that's something that I would be talking with the committee about, and or the board as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it is a little too early to answer your question.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
So we still have a lot of people on PPO, and I know we were trying to move people out, and you talked about this new system, helping that out. Is there other, not just the system, but communication or some way of teaching, you know what I mean? Having some conversations with employees, or?
Yes.
It's usually not that direct that they're going to.
No, it's not. You're
Identify
correct. This is the beginning of a new communication strategy. I would say that, as I spoke to Chris and your committee, I felt it was important to the starting point being that we needed to have an active enrollment, meaning people before could just tell Audrey, just leave me where I am. I'm happy there. And who wants to think about insurance more than they have to? I don't blame them. However, the money that the board is paying, right, and frankly that they're paying out of their pocket, they shop for cars, they shop for TVs, they spend time doing some research. It's not, to get them engaged in that 15-minute process. They can do it on their phone, they can do it at home with their spouse. They can still just stay in what they are, but they have to actually make that election, and then that's our starting point for open enrollment this year. With that, there is communication on the portal, but we're also, I asked the question when I, first started with your committee, like, what is the best way to communicate to your population? We're not mandating meetings or things like that, but it's a multi-pronged effort through email, face-to-face, and it's sort of throughout the year. To your point, you can't just do open enrollment and then people might not even think about it then. They certainly are thinking about it throughout the year. So that is something that we're working on in a long-term strategy.
I'll
And
look
John
forward
has
to updates.
John has created videos to explain the
Oh, yeah.
different
I forgot
plans
about that.
as well that are available for employees. Not that all the employees are watching John's videos about the different plans, but we did.
No.
That is a new thing that we have available for employees.
Right. We started that last year, and it can change from year to year. It can be a 20-minute overview. It can be a 3-minute video on just Livongo or just member awards. And we are doing those again this year. So that was successful during COVID for, both, D205, and a lot of my clients preferred that as opposed to sitting in an auditorium, and people have better things to do and they don't show up. But if it's more of an on-demand thing and they can watch it in their own home if they so wish, or post it on your intranet combination, and we blast those out.
John, let me know if you want me to partner with you in those videos. I kind of have a thing for video. No, I'm just teasing.
Well, frankly, I don't have the face
I don't-
for
yeah, I
it.
don't-
It's really just my voice over some. So yes, I will take you up on that. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Right, maybe I can borrow some of Scott's slides.
All right, anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
All right, so next up is the preliminary tax levy.
All right, thank you. Tonight we have the estimated 2021 tax levy. We have the timeline here, and as you know, back in January of 21, we got the results of the CPI from the previous 12 months, from the 12 months ending December 31st, 2020. and that was a CPI of 1.4%. And that's the CPI that applies to this tax levy in this tax cycle. Tonight, we present the estimated levy, and then on December 14th, well, before December 14th, we're going to publish a notice about the public hearing that will happen December 14th. That notice will be published December 3rd, and we'll have the public hearing and final approval for the tax levy December 14th. Then during that week, I filed the tax levy with the counties, and then we find out what the new construction and the EAV and the tax rates and everything at the end of March. And then the first tax collection is in June, and the second tax collection is in September. So I'll just keep going. The average CPI over the past 5 years is 2%. That is what the Fed targets, a 2% CPI. And so 1.4% for this levy is below average. So that is a positive for this tax levy, 1.4% CPI. This just shows as existing EAV is going up, the tax rates go down, and when existing EAV is going down, tax rates are going up. And that existing EAV going down happened in that 2008 to 2014 period, but we are back to a rising existing EAV situation. So the tax cap limits the district's extension to a CPI increase for its operating taxes, regardless of the valuation of the property in the district. But this shows the inverse relationship that I was just talking about between EAV and tax rates. The tax rate increase or decrease does not equal the property tax bill increase. So we know that the CPI is 1.4%, but we don't know what the EAV is going to be and what the new construction is going to be. The EAV, that just impacts the rates, but really not really how much we get, but it impacts what the rates are. And as I said, we'll get those at the end of March, but right now we don't know what new construction will be. But that is the most important really factor in this is new construction EAV, because it is exempt from the tax cap, and therefore our operating extension can exceed the 1.4% by the increase for the new construction. And you can see that residential new construction has been relatively consistent when you see those residential new construction numbers there, and it averaged 30.6 million per year, and the commercial is average 6.6 million in new construction EAV. So so we estimated new construction at 36 million, and in addition we levied for another 20 million in new construction EAV, and that amount just provides for the possibility of underestimating new construction. So the levy includes 56 million in new construction. So no matter what the district levies, the county will only extend the increase allowable under the tax cap. The levy is just a request. So this kind of shows that the purple line at the bottom, that's CPI. So we know, and the blue line on top, that's what our levies have been. And then the yellow line is what we actually get, because you need to levy because you don't know what the new construction is going to be. So you always levy more than what you're going to, what you expect. So that this chart kind of shows that, and that, so with this levy on a $500,000 house with no new construction, only existing property, on average, the District 205 portion of the annual property tax bill will increase by 5.12% or $355.38. So from an operating standpoint, the levy is a 3.26% increase. That, as I said, is the 1.4%, plus the new construction of 56 million is the 3.26%. If you look in the right columns, that's what we are estimating that we will actually get based. That's with the estimate of 36 million in new construction EAV would give you an operating increase of 2.6%. As far as the non-capped, the bond and interest, that is where the bigger percentage increase is. So there's two pieces of that. Last year, the board approved an abatement resolution, which abated $3,175,000. And so that, since with that abatement of that amount, plus the already approved via referendum for the new construction of all of the different schools we have going on, and the two new schools that we are constructing, Lincoln and Field, and then we're touching every building. And so the increase in the debt service plus the increase from last year's abatement is the reason for the increase there, from 10,973,564 to the 15,730,788. So that is the reason for the bigger increase on the bond and interest, a bond and interest levy. So that is it for the levy presentation tonight.
Okay, thanks. Questions, comments? Okay, what? Karen, did you have some? Chris?
Yeah, so Chris, can you go back,
Certainly.
back one slide?
Yes, sir.
So here, the 5.12%, and can you go forward one slide again? So where do I find that here? I'm a little confused by the percentage growth.
Okay, so this slide here includes new construction, right? So the 2.6% includes the 36 billion in new construction. So this slide here, I don't have any new construction built into this. This is just the 1.4% CPI plus the increase for the debt service.
Okay. So it's basically a same home that's not been redeveloped, 5% increase.
Yes.
Is the right way to read it. And then the next slide, that includes homes that have been rebased from a valuation perspective.
This is the districts, all the bills, all the tax bills going out, added together, including the new construction, is the 6% increase.
Okay. And then can you go back to just reviewing the process here? So tonight we're approving we're voting on a preliminary levy. And then that gets further debated and firmed up before, or just kind of walk through it again, if you don't mind, sorry.
So we have the estimated levy tonight.
Yep.
The December meeting is when we have the final levy. That's basically the process. With the public hearing, we have notice in the paper on December 3rd. We have a public hearing before the board meeting, or at the very beginning of the board meeting on December 14th.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I mean, this one's been a tough one for me, just, especially with regards to abatements, which were, I was very supportive of that last year because I felt like we had a unprecedented disruption in service, and I felt like we shouldn't be increasing taxes during that period of time. But I do support this preliminary levy because really a couple of key things have changed for me, at least. The first is over the last year, we decided to add scope to a number of our projects, field, Fisher, otherwise, presumably out of our reserve balances. And second, I think when we last debated this issue, we were sort of close to the depths of the COVID crisis, and we weren't seeing cost inflation issues, supply chain issues, and we still have a lot of projects that, we haven't even broke ground yet. And it worries me. I don't want to be in a position where we do another abatement and then we end up more resource constrained than we expected to be. So that gives me some pause. And then lastly, these academic results are not what I would like to be seeing. And I know we're all, feel that way and want to help more kids learn at a higher level. And I assume that there's going to be resource requests that are going to come with that. And I think that would be my top priority in terms of allocating capital. We have some cohorts of students that in particular are underperforming a lot more than any of us would like to see. So I just wanted to give some insight into, my thoughts on it and the reasons behind it, because my views have changed over the last 12 months on this issue. So thank you.
Yeah, talk to me about where we've changed and when we decided to change leveling out the bond and interest for the taxpayer.
As we've discussed at the Finance and Operations Committee meeting, an abatement is an annual decision by the board. It's not a multi-year decision, it's an annual decision. That hasn't changed. It's been consistent.
So it's a vote each year, and you talk about the abatement over time, because I was not in support of an abatement if we didn't continue the projection. And we've been talking about leveling out bond and interest ever since we've started this referendum project. So I can't support this levy. I'm not going back on my word.
So, Chris, inflation, I'd like to take a look from the perspective of this year and next year. So, we're projecting, just call it 5% for this year. And then next year, inflation has been running above 5%. I would expect that would continue into year end. So next year we could be looking at another 5% increase. So let's call it 10 to 12% between this year and next year. That is, in those 2 years, that's a bigger increase than at least the previous 5 years combined. And my perspective is that this community over the decades has been extremely generous with the school district. Whenever the school district asked for money for good reason, this community has voted to approve it. We've now accumulated $38 million in what I'll call excess funds. I think it's a good idea to have a reserve. I'm not against a reserve. I think it's also taxpayer money well invested to cover the unexpected inflation of our construction projects without decreasing instead of decreasing the scope of our construction projects. We've also increased the scope of some of those construction projects, and overall, I think that's a good investment for our community as a whole. But that still leaves us with about $17 million in what I'll just call excess money. I think it would be a goodwill gesture to, since the community is so generous with us when the school board asks for funds, that when the school board has extra funds, we return some of that to the taxpayer. And I'm not talking about all 17 million in 1 year, but I'm talking about enough to level out that at least 10% increase over the next 2 years, and maybe spread that out over 4 years and ease the burden on the taxpayer. Our enrollment is declining, but yet we're going to increase our tax levy by 10% over 2 years. That doesn't make sense to me. So it's that goodwill gesture that I'd like to make to our taxpayers to show them it's a two-way street. And so my position is I really can't vote for a tax increase unless it's accompanied by an abatement. So that's where I stand.
Athena, Beth?
Want me to go? Sure, thanks. So, thanks, Chris, for the presentation. It's thorough. If I could just make one suggestion, and it might be a part of your December presentation, I'm not sure. Is it possible to get multiple year projections that go out 2 to 3 years based on different indicators, you know, through your software program or your analysis program? That I think will be helpful over time, especially when we look at the volatility of CPI and things like that that all come into play. Just a suggestion. A couple comments. One is, you know, we talk about this $38 million fund balance that we have right now, and we already know that about 18 million of that fund balance is already earmarked for project overages and capital expenditures that are coming, which leaves us with a $20 million fund balance. And when we talk to our consultants and industry experts, they tell us that a healthy fund balance is about 25%. And so I think the board needs to discuss or come to some agreement about what fund balance is appropriate for the district to maintain over the long term. I'm a big proponent for building for financial flexibility and for the unknown future educational environment that's before us. And we're already seeing the indicators of what's to come. There are staffing shortages, there are construction costs. We own a lot of facilities and real estate and bricks and mortar that need maintenance over time, and we haven't even begun to start talking about student needs and the increasing expenses that come with supporting student learning to the level that I think our community expects. So the last comment I'll make is about taxpayer referendum. And I think that I'm honored to live in a community that is so engaged in and supports education for our schools, and when the district comes and makes a really big ask. And that's fantastic. We also can't guarantee that that's where the community will be with future boards. And therefore, again, a big proponent of creating flexibility in our financial structure so that we minimize the amount of times in the future, and future boards will have to go to the taxpayers for referendum or any other type of financial gap that they might need money for. So that's why I'm asking for future estimates as a part of these annual presentations so that we could see where the edge off kind of falls, where we go from black to red, and that we can anticipate and make decisions, and future boards can make decisions for the best interest of our school and our community. I'll leave it at that.
May I make an accounting clarification, please? The experts do say a 25% fund balance is what they recommend. And this is how that fund balance is measured. You take July 1st, and it is a ratio of the amount of cash you have on hand to what your total operating budget is that year. So Chris, July 1st, 2021, we had about 61.5 million of cash in the operating budget. Is that the case?
61.4 million at June 30th. Yeah.
Okay. And our operating budget this year is about 141 million.
Yes.
If you do that math, that leaves us with a fund balance of 43%, well above, almost double what those experts recommend. And I realize that it's easy to mistake excess cash, which is that 38 million. And a school district, the way the law is set up, a school district is a pay-as-you-go operation. The law intends that if you have a building project or a major initiative, that you go to the taxpayer and ask their permission. But we've accumulated this cash, and I'm just saying, I'm not advocating for returning all of it to the taxpayer in 1 year. I'm just advocating easing the burden over these next 2 years on our taxpayers who have been so generous with us over the decades. The intent of the law and the intent of the way school districts are financed is not that they hoard money so that they don't have to ask the taxpayer. The idea is we do have to ask the taxpayer's permission. And that is the idea of local control, that the voter has some control. So I just wanted to make that accounting clarification that our fund balance is this year 43% by that measure, well in excess of the 25%.
Can I add, Kara? So Jim, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with some of it. I do want to just mention that stating that we have a fund balance of 45% when we know that those funds are already spent, they're already accounted for. That's not what you're talking about when it comes to the excess of cash, right? And so I think our philosophical difference in how we look at this is that, and you've said it, kind of a pay-as-you-go accounting method, where mine is more of a save for flexibility and the unknown of what the future of education holds. And it's not just bricks and mortar. Educating kids costs money. And you don't typically go to the taxpayer for referendum for those types of budget items. And so
Actually,
you can't, right, exactly.
Actually, I'll differ with that. The school district went to the taxpayer in 2006 for an operating fund levy increase. Exactly what they were supposed to do. We were expanding buildings, but we had to staff them. And we went to the taxpayer with two referendum, a brick and mortar referendum, and simultaneously an operating increase referendum so we could hire teachers to staff those new classrooms. And that's exactly what's supposed to happen. That's exactly what we did. And the voters said absolutely yes.
And that's where you and I just disagree. We have different philosophy on how to manage school finances. And for me, the risk in going back to the community over and over again, and the risk of no responses is big enough to say we have hired quite a few very competent people in our district who I believe can have the foresight to see what's coming and what the school needs and to plan financially for those things. I'm not saying I'm against abatement. I'm saying I'm not for abatement when our cash flow is at that low level. Therefore, I'm in support of the levy as recommended.
If I can just add, I mean, I certainly respect your perspective. I have a lot of faith in the people in this community. Time and time again, they've come to support the school district because even the people without kids in our schools understand that high quality education directly affects their property values. And when it's a good idea and a good investment, they say absolutely. So I am totally in favor of leaving it to the voter in Elmhurst because it's a smart group of people.
So can I just ask a question? Because, you know, you've been on the board for 12 years, right? Yeah. So how come, and if I'm incorrect, correct me. So last year, to my knowledge, was the first year that taxes had ever been abated. Have they been abated before?
Not during my 12 years, but remember when I came on the board, this $38 million was zero. And well, actually, yeah, a little negative. We had to pay bills late to make ends meet in 2009. But we've accumulated that 38 million over the last 12 years. And again, I'm not saying give it all back in one fell swoop. I'm saying invest part of it. Have a reserve. Even at, you know, the proposed policy change reflects our new accounting. And in that proposed policy, it says a minimum of 5%. That's $7 million. That's a lot of money. I've watched us go through two major crises: the 2008 financial crisis, and then COVID. And as you recall, last year's budget, with all of the additional expenses for COVID, was budgeted at a negative $6 million. And so if we had only had 7 in the bank, we would have been fine.
So I guess I just wanted to ask, you know, because I know at one point, you know, we had, I don't know, 60-some million dollars. Is that Chris Welton? Is that, you know, or 67% or higher percentage? We had a bigger fund balance than we do now. Like, think back 6-some years.
I don't believe that's correct.
We've been building, so I think when I look at the June 30th, the highest I see is 50% in 19.
Okay. So I was just curious why now versus, you know, like why, you know, like a few years ago, why wasn't this explored? And I'm more just trying to understand, you know, because now we're in a situation where we're trying to fulfill, we just looked at learning needs, we've got facility, you know, we're trying to do our facilities right, not cut corners. So I just wondered if you could articulate from your history why now versus, you know, why not 8 years ago, or, well, I know why not 8 years ago, but like 6 years ago.
So, yeah, 8 years ago, we didn't have any excess money. And the reason for why now is because between this year and next year, we're going to raise property taxes. We account for 70% of the property taxpayers' bill. We live in a state with the second highest property taxes in the country. And we are forecasting that we will raise our constituents' property tax bills by 10% for the school portion. So 7% of their total property tax bill, if every other governmental entity on their property tax bill stays flat, which I doubt they will. So that's why now, because we can afford a little bit of money, a relatively small percentage of that 38 million. Like we've discussed, we've identified uses for 18, and I'll contend a little over 20 of that 38 million. So we have somewhere between 17 and 20 million that right now we don't have plans to spend. I think we can share part of that, a relatively small part of that, to ease the pain on our taxpayers. And that is the kind of transparency and trust that I think we owe our community.
Does that assume, though, that we don't decide to do an abatement next year, like, let's say we get another year into it, we see the cost inflation on construction is not what we are fearing, and then we could do an abatement then, right? Like
Well,
it's kind of every year we get a shot at it.
Yeah, I would propose we do an abatement this year and the following year. And then reassess from there. I mean, because those are the biggest spikes.
Our bonds, like the referendum was $150 increase, directionally correct on a $500,000 home. And because of the bond issuance early and with low rates, we got that down to $4. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
Okay. So, that's, sorry, what? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I mean, to illustrate the point that Chris is making here for this increase in EAV, let's assume, to keep the math simple, EAV went up by 10%. So in other words, everybody's house in the school district is now worth 10% more, or, you can sell it for 10% more than you could on election day of 2018. So, that $500,000 house is now worth $550,000, and they're paying taxes on $550,000. All right. They're paying higher taxes. They're not paying $4 more. They're paying, whatever it is, 10% more. The person that on election day of 2018 had a $460,000 house now is that proud $500,000 homeowner. And they're paying more in taxes. So, I think we've done a great job of lowering it to a minimum, but I'm not sure that $4 figure is that I'd be willing to risk my reputation on or hang my reputation on. But it's definitely low. I mean, we've done a great job of managing that cost downward. But it's realistically probably a little higher than $4, but not a whole lot. Maybe it's $6. I don't know.
So I feel like for me personally, I feel like this is, Chris has laid out the steps, meaning Chris Welton has laid out the steps, and I am a break it down one step at a time. So to me, I feel like, we've got the levy discussion tonight, and then the abatement we really need to dig into. That also we need to be able to look at what are the needs that are going to come from the administration, I'm guessing, in the next little bit. We have until, when is the abatement decision have to be made?
Has to be made in February. February is the latest.
Okay, so and by then we'll know what the levy comes back in December, or we know the final levies in December.
No, we have to have the final levy, yes, in December, but we won't have new construction or anything.
Okay, but we'll know
we
the
need to
final.
do the abatement before March, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes.
So that's just kind of I feel like I need more information about the abatement. I was not at the finance committee meeting, and I realized, so that's kind of where I'm at. So Karen?
The only thing that I would add is, remember, we spent a lot of years and a lot of discussion. Remember the two BARD, how much your taxes will increase, how much was bond and interest. And we were always talking about how we would keep that bond and interest low. This does not do that. That's why. We worked a lot of years to try to get this in alignment.
To Karen's point, this coming fiscal year is the absolute peak in the bond and interest, the debt service that we have to make. So, again, between this coming year and the year after, we're looking at a big spike in taxes, and I think we can help our taxpayers. And I just want to do that.
The peak is next levy, not this levy. The peak is next levy, and that's why we had talked about an abatement possibly for next year, not this year.
Isn't this year 15.888 million?
Yes, next year is 16.4.
That's not what was on your spreadsheet on,
Have it here. Yes, it is.
I'm staring at it. We'll have that discussion offline.
I just want to, I'm sorry, Beth, go ahead. I just have one last comment, and then I think I'm done. So I just want to make two comments. One is, for those of us that need some more information, and even myself being one of those people at times, abatements in the long term, and Chris, maybe you can help us later on when we get closer to that discussion, that they have unintended consequences also. And what I mean by that is when schools enter, which is not a very common thing, multiple year abatements, once the abatement falls off, there seems to be a significant increase in property tax for the community member.
That's what this is showing.
Right, thank you. And so what happens in many of those times is the homeowner sees a significant increase and says, hey, school, why'd you increase my property taxes? Rather than a little bit over time instead of all at once. So I just want to be clear about consequences of abatements. The final thing is, and I'll just leave on this philosophical note, we spend a lot of time talking about supporting our students and academic achievement, and I think we're doing great, by the way. And there's always room for improvement, and we've talked about those things when it comes to students learning and the services we provide them. The desire to have that high quality academic successful environment for all of our students needs a different financial approach, and the financial approach that's being proposed doesn't match the needs that come with the goal that we're trying to set here when it comes to student engagement and academic achievement. Thanks.
Beth, did you have something?
I just wanted to say that as we've talked about, this is a year-to-year decision, and I think it's very important every year that we look at this and that we talk about abatement and that we, have these discussions so that we are good stewards of the taxpayers' money. It's one of our jobs. I believe that one thing I learned about having a healthy fund balance, a lot of it from you, Jim, is that it's important in times when there are unknown circumstances, and so that you make sure that that you're being fiscally responsible for the school district as well, and that you have a cushion in case unforeseen things happen. Right now, during all of our construction projects that are going on, I feel that we have too many unknown factors to consider after a year of COVID. We have supply chain issues that we seem to only be getting worse. We didn't have that last year when we were talking about the abatement last year to consider. There are staffing shortages for construction companies and companies doing construction work that we have to take into consideration. There is increase in the cost of materials for construction, and I think that's something that's an unknown factor. And there are other things that you have talked about in past years at the state level that we also have to recognize are unknown things that we should be prepared for. So for those reasons, I support the tax levy, and I think it's something we need to examine every year, and it's responsible to do that, but I just don't think it would be fiscally responsible for us to do the abatement this year.
Beth, to be clear, I'm not advocating taking that excess cash to zero.
I would never have said that or assumed that.
Yeah,
I would never
All right,
assume
yeah.
that anyone on this board would want to take our excess
Right.
cash to zero.
I mean, I'm advocating for a few $1 million to ease the pain over the next 2 years.
I understand. I understand, and I appreciate your input. Thank you.
All right, so when Chris Welton is like, is it November, what are we in, October? November for an abatement conversation that, you know, with the full board, or December, or what? You need it by February or
By
January?
February, November and
Or should, I
December
guess we
is
should wait till we
fine.
have the final levy, right?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, can we,
So January?
January.
I just want to like.
We could do it in
agree on the
January.
time
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
to
I
have
would,
that conversation and get, you know, have that action is what I'm trying to spit out. So is that the timeline?
Yes, January works.
Okay. Is that, okay. Okay. Anything else on that? Any other questions? You know, does Elizabeth Hennessy, I guess maybe she,
We can make sure she's here, yep.
okay. All right. If there's nothing else on that, then we move on to consent agenda. So are there any items anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? All right, if not, could I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, bid 22-03-013 Lincoln casework; D, 2022-2023 course proposals; E, York High School and Emerson Elementary School architectural re-roof contract; F, Edison Lincoln PTA donation; and G, Hawthorne PTA donation.
I second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanitis. Could you please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes?
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, agenda action items. The first one is approve resolution regarding the estimated amounts necessary to be levied for the year 2021. Again, this is the estimate. If I could have a motion for that.
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution regarding the estimated amounts necessary to be levied for the year 2021 and the notice of the proposed tax increase for publication in the Elmhurst Suburban Life.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Did you say, or sorry, Ms. Arvanites. Sorry. Can't hear you through the mask. Okay, any other questions or discussion? This is just about the levy.
Just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
clarification.
Yep,
that,
of course.
As I said, without an accompanying abatement of taxes, I just can't vote yes. So just so we're clear.
And I think, you know, we agree we need to have that discussion, but we can't make that decision tonight. Is that a fair? We can't make the abatement decision. Or, okay, all right.
I think that's what that's not what we're deciding.
Okay.
Right.
So I just wanted to, but thank you for clarifying. Any other questions? Okay, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes?
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
No.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
No.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes. 5 ayes, 2 nays. The motion passes. All right, next item is approve medical and dental benefit contracts.
Want me to do it? I move that the Board of Education approve the renewal of Blue Cross Blue Shield health and dental insurance plans for the January 1 to January 31st, 2022 year as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Hassler. Any other questions for that? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes?
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, item C, superintendent goals. This is a yearly, we approve the superintendent goals. So if I could have a motion for that.
I move that the Board of Education approve the superintendent goals as presented.
I second.
Okay. All right, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mr. Kaczynski. Just to give a little background, these go with our categories of key performance indicators and and goals and alignment for the district. So if there's any questions on those, they're pretty clear. Yep.
And these goals to evaluate our superintendent on, I have to say, are, for lack of a better term, kind of softball. However, I think every new superintendent needs a honeymoon period as they evaluate the district, get their plans together, and move forward from there. Dr. Campbell's certainly been doing that and working overtime to do that, and I think has been doing a very good job of that. But my expectation is that future superintendent goals will be rooted in quantifiable objectives, hopefully mainly based on student achievement. And that's my expectation for the future.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right, then you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen.
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler.
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Just as an aside, we have the next board meeting, we're going to talk about school improvement plans, which is part of this. And then hopefully in January, we're going to do planning as a board and administrative team. And I think that part of what you're speaking to comes from when we sit down in those meetings and set our expectations that, for where we would like our district to be. So, yep, look forward to that work. All right, superintendent's communication, fall housing enrollment update.
So normally at this meeting, I talk about our internal enrollment projections with the modified cohort survival method. However, we have approved a demographic study. So instead tonight we just have our enrollment numbers at September 30th, and we also provided 5 years of history. So I'm just going to note a few things that as I put this together, some things that I noted. Overall enrollment is down by 146 students to 8,193. That's a 1.75% decrease. The kindergarten through 5th grade enrollment decreased by 9 students to 3,421. That's only a 0.26% decrease. And at the kindergarten level increased by 25 students to 559 kindergartners, and that trend will likely continue with the new Lincoln School next year to have more kindergarten students. At the kindergarten through 5 elementary level, Conrad Fisher enrollment continues to grow and is the highest of the elementary school. Fisher's enrollment has grown from 418 in 2015-16 to the current enrollment of 548. Field has been stable, and it has 383 students. Jackson enrollment is stable at 443. However, Jackson does have a large kindergarten and first grade class. At the middle school level, we had a peak back in 2015-16 at 1,993 students, and Sandburg was the largest at that time, I believe, at 749, and Churchville was 542. But currently, middle school is at 1,757, and Sandburg is down 100 students at 623, and Churchville is down 100 at 435. So then as far as York peaked 4 years after the middle schools peaked in 1920 at 2,882, and now York has decreased 2 years in a row at 2,754. And then York currently has a very large senior class at 763, which will be falling off next year, and it has a small 9th grade class along with the small middle school numbers. So the York enrollment is likely to continue to decrease over the next few years. That's it for the enrollment update.
Any questions, Karen?
Yeah, it was fascinating to look at these numbers based on some of the decisions we've made. So what I would like to request again, I know that we've done it many meetings ago, but an enrollment versus capacity numbers per building, that would be helpful for our discussions, and sections per school. Because I look at field enrollment is stable at 383 students at a current 3-section school, correct?
Are you asking if
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
3-section school?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Jackson's total enrollment is stable at 443 with higher kindergarten and first grade classes. Isn't that a 3-section school too?
It is.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting. I mean, this would have been really good information to have as we had the discussion about field and what do we need to do. So just FYI, I actually got old board members, enrollment stuff from 07, 4 years before I was on the board. So I'm looking at the trends to help us really identify what do we need to have at the school. So, this just opened my eyes a lot on, what do we need to do? Because we know that we'll have Edison with a lot of space. I kept thinking of Kara's comment when we had that discussion. I'm going to point it out. And so I really want to look at the data before we, make decisions, because it would solve a big problem that some board members have about our fund balance. I don't want to overbuild and then put in too much of a lot of things, from facilities to people to everything that this community may not afford. I mean, we might want to think that we're Hinsdale, but we're not economically. We have a vast population in this community, and we have to represent all of them. And so, we really need to have data like this to have healthy, good discussions and make the right decisions. So thank you for this information. It was helpful for me. I know we haven't seen it in a year. And I also wanted to thank the kindergarten, the Jackson parents for, large kindergarten, first grade classes. I really appreciate that. We didn't get one email, we didn't get one public comment, and they've got larger class sizes. And I think I want to commend them and commend the teachers, because we haven't heard from them either. I really
I didn't
think that
mean
we
large
need to-
class sizes. I just meant that they have a larger grade level of kindergarten.
Correct.
And first grade.
Yeah.
Not class size.
Which means that they will continue through that school, and that's why the concern about the space there.
Courtney,
And so the school,
quick one.
sorry. So the school, that's why they were having classrooms on the stage and those sorts of things. And again, we didn't hear people complaining. They just did what they needed to do. And I think that we need to recognize certain things, and I'm trying to, as Dr. Campbell has asked us to or encourages, and her whole platform is that way. And I think it's important for us to do it.
Hey, Chris, the 2021 numbers, are they indicative of how many kids were at the end of the year? Like the registrations from the end of the year? Is it
No, we always do September
Yeah.
30th.
Yeah, so I think that is significant because I think, I don't think we're that loss, because I think a lot of kids, like I know a lot of families that, and like even in the middle school level, they went to private schools last year because of COVID and they're 7th graders and they're like, well, we're just going to stick for 8th grade. So I don't know that these numbers, are necessarily, I just think that the 2021 numbers don't accurately reflect how many kids we had in the buildings last year at the end of the year. So it's just something to keep in mind as well.
All right, anything else? Oh, Jim.
I just wanted to share this. This is just information. Every year at this meeting, I take our total enrollment and I divide it into our operating budget and come up with how much money we spend per student. And this year it is approximately $17,200 per student. So just is what it is.
Next is 21-22, moving forward together update and COVID metrics.
In board packets that received this evening, there were several COVID-related updates, and I'm just going to highlight a few for us tonight. Our Forward Together microsite continues to be updated regularly. Most recently, we added some information about the additional options of returning to school, which Mr. Krasinski mentioned earlier for COVID-related illness. We also provided new definition of an outbreak from the Illinois Department of Public Health. So there still continue, that is a fluid space. So for all of our interested constituents, please continue to check out the website for additional details. We are thankful to our panel of medical providers who just discussed the COVID vaccine for school-aged children. We had over 150 people register, as well as the video is now available online. As of today, we have 91% of our faculty and staff that have been fully vaccinated. We plan to offer a second booster shot clinic with Joel Osco on Friday, November 5th, for those people who are vaccinated with Moderna or the Johnson & Johnson. For our students, our vaccination rates have fallen behind the county vaccination rates. While we have 65% of people in ages of 12 to 17 in DuPage County have been vaccinated. Approximately about 39% of our students at York have been vaccinated, and 36% of our students in our middle schools have been vaccinated. Next week, several of our schools, I think actually communication came out while we have been sitting here in the meeting. We will extend an optional voluntary weekly COVID testing that's going to be provided by North Shore Clinical for families. Again, this is a voluntary testing program for our schools. We plan to slowly ramp up and increase that across our campuses. And we really think that this combined with a test to stay strategy and other testing will continue to allow us to have that shared goal of having as many healthy students engaged in person learning 5 full days per week. Finally, I want to congratulate and celebrate the creativity of our students, our faculty, and our staff for all that they have done to get us to this point in the school year. We have seen people come together in many different ways. I hope that you saw we celebrated and shared all of the wonderful learning and extended learning opportunities. We had theater returning at York High School for the first time in 18 months. The students are engaged in all of these various activities, which we think is really great. Our quarantine numbers reflect our commitment to our community, to keeping healthy students in school while following the COVID protocols. So I want to again thank our entire Board of Education, all of our administration, our school teams, and our entire school community. We could not be here without the collective efforts of our community members and our commitment to moving forward together. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments regarding it? All right. Okay, next is the Freedom of Information Act requests.
Courtney, I have it in hand. So we have, yes, tonight, progress, okay, progress. And so we had one curriculum FOIA request that was granted. We had one contract FOIA request that was granted, one district staff information FOIA request granted, one COVID information FOIA request that was granted, one contractor information FOIA request not in possession, one staff member FOIA request granted, and one commercial student information FOIA request was denied.
Thank you. All right, social media highlights. Who is the
I will be
presenter?
taking those today. Yes, let me just get this here to full screen. All right, some social media highlights. This is a Twitter post by a teacher talking about how the class Zoomed with one of the students' grandfathers who is a hydrologist in India. We love having visitors to our classes, even through Zoom, and especially an expert in the field who is a relative to one of our students. So talk about some amazing, authentic learning going on in that classroom. The second is at Hawthorne. Therapy dogs have been active in our schools for some time. Teachers and administrators witness the effects therapy dogs have on students and themselves. The benefits of having therapy dogs in the classroom include physical benefits, social benefits, cognitive benefits, emotional and mental health benefits. So this is a teacher at Churchville, Kristen Dubrick, who is a family consumer science instructor. In the post, she highlights cooking at Churchville, life skills we all need to have. I was intrigued that they were cooking chicken stir fry, so I went on her website and found a lot of other recipes I may want to try to make at home. It sounded very appetizing, yes. We're looking forward to next dinner. Yeah. And finally, our last post here is, as you may know, our transition center will open to students on November 1st. Dr. Rubenstein worked with students and voted on a name for the new center, which will be unveiled soon. A ribbon cutting ceremony will be held later this month. And that concludes our social media highlights.
So just to clarify on that, there is an official board policy about naming of facilities, and so the students have voted, and then I have carried their proposal to Dr. Campbell officially, and Dr. Campbell is naming a committee, and that hopefully will be brought to the board at your next meeting on November 16th. There is a process. Perhaps at the next meeting. I don't want to, there is an official process for everything, so.
Thank you for the details, though, and letting us know that, Kevin.
Yep, exactly. So.
Okay. All right, what are we on? Board communications. So IASB 2021 resolutions for delegate assembly. So we have an IASB delegate, which is Mrs. Hostler, and I'm going to turn it over to her to give a little background on what this is, and then she'll kind of take it from there. So go ahead.
Thank you, Kara. I wanted to briefly, I know it's been a long meeting, but I want to briefly discuss the Illinois Association of School Board resolutions that are going to be presented this year. I know you all received a copy of those and have had a chance to review them. So first, for our community, I just wanted to explain a little bit about the process itself so that everyone can understand what it is we're discussing tonight. The resolutions process begins in April when any member school district can present a resolution, submit a resolution to IASB. The resolutions are submitted in the hopes by those districts that they will be adopted and become one of IASB's position statements. The resolutions committee, the resolutions then go to the resolutions committee. It's made up of representatives from each region, and they review all of them in August. They research them, look into them, reach out to the districts that presented them, and they make a recommendation for each resolution to either adopt or do not adopt for each proposal. All of the resolutions are then sent to the delegate assembly for a vote, regardless of the resolutions committee's recommendation, and it's a recommendation. So every resolution still goes to the delegate assembly to be voted on. The delegate assembly is held at the joint annual conference in November this year. It's on November 20th. And at that meeting, each member district has one delegate who can attend to vote and represent their own local school board. So each proposal will be voted on at that time, and the ones that are adopted will become position statements of the Illinois Association of School Boards. These statements give IASB direction from districts across the state so that they can properly advocate for and represent all of the districts in Illinois collectively in Springfield. So it helps give all school districts a voice, and it's an important part of IASB's role of advocacy. So that's just kind of a brief overview of the process and why it's in place. So at this time, I just want to ask if anyone would like to discuss any specific resolution. There will be no vote taken at this time. It's just a time to give thoughts or input on any of the resolutions if you have them.
Yes, thanks, Beth. And I think it's really, that was really helpful, right? Because I think the community doesn't really, I certainly didn't understand this process and what it involved. And, you know, I think it's helpful when the community understands how things happen so they know, you know, the discussion here and how that impacts down the road. The first one I just wanted to touch on was the Student Safety and Protection Plan. I want to acknowledge and help the community understand that the reason this resolution was brought forward by communities that don't exactly have the ability to have law enforcement response quickly, right? It was never brought up to the delegation for any other reason than to have a better, quicker response time in a bad situation. We fortunately are not in that same scenario. Thankfully, Elmhurst Police Department is a great partner of ours, and our school resource officers are a great resource to have. So while I understand why it was brought up, it's certainly not something I could ever support in our schools. I know very well what weapons, you know, the capabilities of weapons, and you know, it's one thing to be able to stand in front of a target and shoot at a bullseye, but it's a lot more involved in using that weapon in a situation and being able to maintain that weapon, right? The training that people go under just to be able to keep their weapon is just as significant as being able to train to use it. So I feel very strongly that we should not adopt this resolution. Our position should be not to adopt it. And because I also think that we might say right now, no, we don't want that now. I just don't ever want that to be an option, for the next sport. Well, I don't think it should be an option in our community. And then obviously I have talked to this board, and about the child safe gun storage previously, and it is something that's going to be brought up at our policy committee meeting, in December, but, I am also, a strong advocate of this, and I do think we should support it. Glen Ellen is the district that is bringing it to the table for this discussion, and, very comparative district, comparative community to ours, and I think that this recommendation is so important, and the rationale behind IASB not supporting it seems so off to me. It just doesn't seem to be rooted in any foundation that makes sense. Their foundation is that they don't want to get involved in actions people take in their homes. And I think that's just contradictory to everything that we're involved in, because what's happening can directly impact the kids, our community, teachers, everyone in our buildings and in our properties. So I would strongly recommend that you support this on behalf of 205.
Thank you, Courtney. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to any of the resolutions? Yes, Karen.
Basically, it's the same thing as we discussed last year, so that's why I don't have any more comment. Because we've had the discussion, so I haven't changed my mind. I'm sorry, 2 years ago. Oh my goodness. Yes, thank you. Here we go. Time warp.
Yes, you're right. One of the resolutions has been proposed multiple times, and the wording of it has changed a little bit, but great. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your input, and if there's any other information, there will be another informational session for delegates coming up. So if there's any other information I gain from that, I will bring it to the next board meeting.
All right, thanks, Beth. Okay, next item, board members present reports or share information with the full board. Anybody have anything? All right, then we have one upcoming meeting. November 16th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. And we've come to the end of the agenda. If there's nothing else, then we are adjourned. Have a good night. What's left of it.